All right, hey everybody. Happy Sunday if you're hanging out, not doing too much, like I'm not doing too much here. Um, we got a lot of fun planned today. We're going to go through a lot of different things. I was just playing with the settings, learning a few new things, always trying to do a little bit more. So today, right off the bat, what we're going to be taking a look at is a bunch of custom builds. So I'm back to streaming to YouTube as well, since we've got something actually interesting that we're looking at. Um, we'll kind of go for 4 or 5 hours, kind of the old usual. Not exactly sure how much we're going to get through, but we're just going to kind of go one piece at a time. So, kind of a loose flight plan here. I know the first thing we're going to be looking at is you can see all across the stream right now, we've got all this classic Blacktron stuff going on, or classic or new Blacktron. So we're going to talk about that really quickly. Do one small tweak to Blacktron and then put the Blacktron away. Next up, I've got some little like cherry blossom trees that I want to take a look at. This is an old Lego Botanicals set that I actually want to incorporate into the city, and a lot of people have done that. Then we have a couple of custom builds. So probably the first and the biggest one is I'm going to take a look at sort of my like Rebel Recruitment Center, a place where the Rebel Alliance gathers in the city. I've already got a lot made for them. So they've got like a home in the city, but we're going to take that from a one-story building to a two-story building, possibly even a bigger lot than it was before. Looking at the Tantive 4 Invasion Lego set, which also included the exclusive Clone Trooper 5's minifigures. That was pretty cool. So that's two small tasks and then one medium task. Our next medium task is another small task. We're going to go add a second floor to the ice cream shop in the Lego City. Very, very easy. That's another 16 by 16 lot instead of 16 by 32. And then we'll get to one more big task, I think, which is we have a couple of residential houses that I had. I'd given them a certain set of neighbors, and I wanted to go about that one way, but now I've kind of changed my mind, and I want to give them some different neighbors. And that's going to involve looking at some IP-based sets, actually. Disney's Up, Disney's Minions, and I think that's about it. So we'll see if we get that far, and if we can get that far, I'm going to feel pretty good. And then sort of as far as the backlog goes, I'm still thinking about sort of that Mediterranean street, Blue Street, that we were looking at many months ago, and that would be where any extra time goes. But I'm going to assume we're not going to get that far. We'll be very happy if we can get to the other things and come back to Mediterranean Street next Sunday. All right, everybody, keeping it moving. Let's jump right in. So right here, the first thing we're going to take a look at, let's see. Yeah, I use this one a lot. So this is usually going to be the first place that we're going to go after we started out and we're not customizing. So we got this one. So we got the POV. Hi. And we got up in the back. Okay, so let's jump right into it. So what are we actually talking about here? So if you've been here the last 2 weeks of streams just over on Twitch, I've been working on Lego Blacktron. Blacktron is super awesome. It's this old Lego theme from actually the late 1980s. So this is like before I was born or anything. And are we going to be able to show this very effectively? Yeah, I think we are. So Lego Blacktron back in the 80s, they had all these really cool sets that were like, that had this really distinctive black and yellow color schema. And the flagship of the 1980s Blacktron was right here. There we go. The Signal Interceptor base, or the Message Interceptor base. This amazing base for these Blacktron space bad guys to sort of do their space bad guy stuff. And we had some space good guys, factions that could compete with them, but it was a pretty cool thing. So we built the actual vintage 1980s Lego Blacktron Message Interceptor base, Signal Interceptor base. And then what Lego has done for the last two and a half years now is they've actually brought back Blacktron. So the first was they did this little gift with purchase. So they made this Blacktron ship, and this is like a 1-to-1 remake of a set from 1988, but with 2024 or 2023 parts, which I thought was super cool. And it introduced a new modular system where all these Blacktron things can kind of connect to each other in interesting different ways, which you can kind of see a little bit here. So that was the first one they did, and we built that. And then they released just the most amazing set. This right here is the Blacktron Renegade. So again, the Blacktron Renegade existed back in 1988, but LEGO for $100 at the beginning of this year or last year, they remade this set. So again, they said, we're going to look at the Blacktron Renegade using modern pieces, and we're going to redo it, and it's going to be totally awesome. Let me put out my landing gear here so it can stand a little better. And again, what they kind of did here was they made it super modular, so you can like attach stuff and like change up what this ship actually looks like, make it symmetrical, asymmetrical, forwards, backwards, and it's just, I just was totally charmed by the Blacktron Renegade. So let's put the Blacktron Renegade away. So much so that when I saw the Blacktron Renegade went on deep discount for Black Friday, I actually picked up another copy to make this set. This is something that is another remake of a classic 1988 Blacktron set with its little walking feet. Oh, I love the cameras there. That you could make with the same copy of Blacktron Renegade, which, again, for Black Friday, at least in the US, was on sale for first 40% off. Now I think it's like, well, it was like 36%. Now I think it's almost 50% off, which is just crazy. So I got my second copy for 30% off. And I thought it was just the bee's knees. So that second copy, the instructions LEGO gives you, lets you remake another classic Blacktron set and our first new Blacktron set in 37 years, if you can believe that long, is this little guy, this little Blacktron mech here, which you can build with the same parts from these two. So finally a new Blacktron set. And yes, I have this Camino in here for no particular good reason. They've just been hanging out since I built Jango Fett's Slave 1. So when you buy your second copy of Blacktron Renegade and you build these two sets, you're left with about 200 pieces left over. So I was taking a look, and back in 1988, this LEGO set in the top right called the Blacktron Batrax, this is set 6941. This was the last LEGO Blacktron set from the classic era that hadn't been re-released yet. So on Friday, I came over here on stream, and I made this thing. So like we kind of were like, all right, let's see if we can take these remaining 200, 300 pieces and make the Blacktron Batrax. So the Blacktron Batrax, two significant things about it. You've got the wheels. It's articulated, so you should be able to move the center a little bit here. And then it's got a little flyer. Oh, that kind of came off. It's got a little flyer that's supposed to be able to detach from the main vehicle. We did pretty okay for spending probably less than an hour, maybe 30 minutes to an hour at the end of Twitch stream where we built this thing already. But I think we can do a little bit better. Looking at the source material here, the Batrax is supposed to be long, but I think it's supposed to be about 2 segments long rather than 3. So my goal, and I'm going to try to do this in about 30 minutes, and now I'm realizing I could have like a count up timer for each of these builds, which I think would actually be super cool. So we'll look at that next time. But my goal is I want to take this thing and I want to redo it. And I want to remove this middle third of the vehicle and just make this just a hair closer to the source material, which is also, for YouTube, going to get us the opportunity to look at, let's make sure that our POV camera is pretty well set up here, and let's kind of take out some of the noise in the background, I think. Yeah, get that out of the way, get that out of the way. You can still see it on the top camera. Get this Caminoan out of the way. Maybe even slide the Blacktron Renegade over so we can see everything really clearly. Goodbye, Renegade. Then we have another one. There we go. Can we get Lamassu still in there? I think that's Lamassu. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So let's give this a go. So I think that our goal here is actually going to be pretty simple. We've got this kind of boat chassis piece here. I want to take that off, put it here to elevate the flyer a little bit more, and then see what we're working with. So first things first, let's take off these 3 pieces here, see what we're going to get. And I'm going to need a fresh brick separator for sure. And then this is basically it. So I don't know that this is going to be too hard, but one thing I did here was there's all these extra pins left over, and I did kind of create a storage area for them, which is unfortunate because I think that's going to be lost with the adjustment that we're making here, but that's okay. So taking that off, taking this off, and let's just start building downwards. And when I'm building custom sets like this, I like to keep my my duplicates very, very visible. I like to know sort of what I have two of, so I have some symmetry, and what I only have one copy of, where I don't have any symmetry. Something else we're going to have to keep in mind is I need this hitch. This hitch is the only pieces left out of those 200 or so that allowed us to articulate the middle. So that's going to be very important, and we can see sort of what it looks like there. We're basically going to recreate that structure. But now at least we're going to have a couple of bricks. We're getting two 2x2 bricks and two 1x4 bricks that are going to allow us to create some articulation, which might actually be really helpful here. So we'll see. Okay, we've almost exposed that chassis there. Let's take this. This is a single copy, 1x4 plates. Pop out that plate. And we have the front here, which I think is fine for right now, although I have some ideas about what we can do with that. And then we'll pop out the chassis, I think. Oh, I must have connected it with a pin, which is going to make this quite a bit more annoying, actually. Let's see if we can do this without breaking the whole thing. No, we can't. So we'll have to take off this next plate, scoop out these two connector plates, and undo the pins, like that. Now, we know we needed this. Don't forget we needed this, so we're going to put that here. Put the primary plate back on. We have our space music playing for this, by the way, which is super cool. Put our front wheels back on. And put our front of the vehicle back on. Constantly looking at the source material here. Okay, so that was the first part, and that wasn't too bad. Let's take off this 1x4, put that in there. I think that this is going to be our new storage area for all those pins. So I actually think we're going to set all this front work aside, although we are going to place this down, and that was like so. And now I think we need to close up this this cabin, this compartment here, as much as reasonably possible. And I can only go back 3, so we'll do this. We'll put those bricks right there. And then the nice part about this, we had back with the original, with the source material, we had this very distinctive shape that kind of built upwards. So we're going to do that there. We'll use these pieces here to cover up those axles. There's one. There's one. And now we're going to actually be able to add sort of a, front compartment here, which is very nice. Let's go ahead and put that like so. That looks, so in profile, this looks pretty slick now. So now my next thought is I want to pull a minifigure. I have this trucker off to the side for an unrelated project. Let's put him here. Have him lean back as far as he can reasonably lean. Unfortunately, your trucker helmet isn't going to work for us, buddies, so we need to steal a helmet from a 1988 Blacktron minifigure. So they've got these menacing black helmets. And now let's build up just enough that we can sort of close up this cabin, even though we don't have a whole lot of Lego to work with here. So the next thing I'm going to try is I'm going to take these black let's see. Yeah, so we're going to make those bricks. Again, we're still not past our point there, which is good. I like sort of have an idea of what I'm trying to do here, but we don't quite have, again, our supply of bricks is so limited at the moment that it's a little tricky to work with. This red, use these yellow here. I think we can do this. Great. So that, there we go. So now I think we want to build up like so. And then the only real question is, do we even have any parts left that will allow us to articulate the front here? And that's kind of neat. what we've just done there. It's illegal part usage, but it is kind of neat in that it mirrors the original sort of Crusher style look of the Batrax itself. Now the next thing we want to do is, if you look at the source material, you have these 1x1 red studs sticking out to the side of the vehicle, and if we can recreate that, I would like to. So let me look at that slightly bigger for myself. And it kind of comes right at the point where the wheels, yeah. We don't want to shift the wheels any farther back because they look really nice where they are. And I like the profile of the machine as it is. So I almost wonder if I can do it like this, where we have, see that red stud sticking out right there? And I think that would be fine. Our other option would be, actually our other option is unavailable. So now I just want to see if there's anything I can do, even if it's illegal part usage, to clean up this front right here. And again, I'm trying very hard to keep my duplicates, my double pieces, available so I can always see what they are. This is good. This is good. And the funny thing is, the front of this actually kind of catches on the steering wheel, which means if we can just lock it in on the side, then we're going to be set. So I'm going to try using this piece right here again, see if I can lock it in on the sides in a way that allows it to just slot in there such that it won't fall out unless we literally turn the machine upside down. And there it is. Shockingly, to my absolute surprise, we've actually managed to kind of pull this off. So we're going to come back over here. Now we've got, I want to kind of create that illusion that this is hinged and articulated. So I've used my, oh, and this, now we've got even more security, considerably more security. So all I did there was I took this side panel piece. I put my one black 1x4 tile, and now I'm going to add another, because in the original source image here, we have, again, we've got sort of that black hinge plate. And again, I'm only mostly using parts that are already, wow, that actually, guys, that actually worked a lot better than I expected. I'm going to be real here. From the back, it looks okay, and I think it's ready to connect and articulate. I want to close out those studs and those extra red pieces there, so I'm going to go ahead and take two 1x2 black tiles that I have a duplicate of, and I'm going to put one down, and then the other down. And that's that. And we already know that I can connect this over here to my sort of connector totem as needed. So now let's check our profile. It's definitely beefy, but I'm feeling that it looks a little bit closer to what I thought the Batrax actually looked like originally. If I could just cut out this one plate right here, I'd be pretty happy. But I don't know that I have the parts needed. I would need 2x2 or 1x2 black plates, and I simply don't have that. Although I am going to do this. Put that tile right there on each side. Very much like a truck hitch, right? Yeah, we don't have any leftover 2x2 or 1x2 plates. We have 1x4s, which are not going to do the actually. No, because I think I need this to be able to move right there just a little bit. Meaning I don't want to put a 1x. No, actually, let's do this. So I'm leaving that one as a reference point. And I'm just looking for where I have 2x2s. And the first place I'm thinking of that I have 2x2s is actually under here, where I use these 2x2 yellows. And instead, what I can actually do is those 1x4s that we haven't used yet, is 1x4 gray pieces, which are going to be basically completely covered. I can put one of them in, since it's just going to rest on, those tiles right there. And then I'll go ahead and waste this 2x2 red. black tile, red plate. Back on goes my 2x2 slope brick. Stick this back in there as the hitch. Reconnect everything I just broke. That's fine. Yeah, this is a lot. That's going to be a lot better. Okay, so there's my hitch. And now I'm going to have I think that works pretty well. What I really would love is if I had 2x2 L plates. So let's double check what we have so far. I'm going to turn this upside down for a moment. We've got these two up front. And honestly, I feel that adding a pop of yellow here is actually not going to hurt us that badly. So I'm going to carefully take off this. Here's an L plate, putting in a 2x2 yellow plate instead. That's actually going to make the front more sturdy anyway. Then we'll do the same over on the other side. We check the front profile again. It is uncompromised by what we just did, so that's nice to see. And now we've got our two L plates ready to go. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take off this tile entirely. Again, for reference, this is what it looked like. So what we need is about like so. If you look on the left here where I placed the L plate, now again I'll take off this tile. And again I'll look in the center. This is actually great because we're going to have a pretty reasonable tutorial of what this Batrax is actually doing. This is good. Now let's carefully put back on 2, 4, 6. So we've actually earned back these tiles. So let's go ahead and use them. They're 2x6 black tiles. There's one. Here's another. Let's check the hitch. Check the articulation here. It's actually improved. The articulation is actually improved a little bit, which is kind of nice because before our turn radius was like 5%, and now I feel that it's like, I mean, it's at least measurable. We did not have a measurable turn radius before. We have a measurable turn radius now. So the next thing we want to do is I want to make sure I don't mess up that turn radius when I place the next plate here, which means I do not want tiles right here or right here. So I need to find some parts to do that. Let's go ahead and take our trucker minifigure out now. And give this classic helmet back to an actual 1988 Blacktron guy. And give the trucker back his hat and take him off screen. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and get this Blacktron guy from the power armor. And we'll go ahead and put the robot in the power armor because, you know, the robot just wanted to be a bigger robot when he grew up. Actually, that looks great. So now we'll take this Blacktron soldier person guy, put him in the cockpit in a more logical place, which is great. Like I felt like the actual parts that Lego gave us with the leftover from this alternate build, I could see, like, this is what we come here and we stream for. We see the vision, right? Like, and that's what this was. I saw the vision. I said, there's only literally one Blacktron set they haven't remade, the Batrax. And I think I see the vision, guys. So that's what we did. Okay. Now, our next challenge, we need to recreate that storage area for all these extra pins. So let's start putting this back together. We have this, this area with the pistons there. Let's show that really quickly. Let's put that back on where it goes, like so. And then the same on the other side. Put that back on where it goes. Something is off back there, but that's okay. Put another one of these. And what I think I might do is recess this whole... No, that's not how I'm going to do it. Okay. Okay. Hang on. I'm thinking quietly for a second here. That's going to be the area that our flyer lands on there. And so I need to put that on top of this. So I can use this to make our storage area. So let's temporarily remove the hitch. And let's go ahead and actually get these tiles out of here next in case we have a clever place that we want to use them, or an unclever place that we want to use them. Because again, anytime that you've got duplicates of something, that's going to be very, very valuable. So my one problem here is, like I said, we need to take this back one more, which means I've got a 2x2 spot Let's put this back by 1. Put these here. So for a second there, oh, what have I done? Oh, that doesn't matter. So this is going to be a little bit flimsy for my taste, because the only connection point is back here. So once again, I find myself thinking, yeah, if I had 2 more 2x2 plates to work with, I'd be able to pretty substantially strengthen the frame that that second chassis is sitting on. So once again, we're going back, we're thinking for a moment, where have we used 2x2 plates across the build so far, so that we can try to depress that a little bit. And again, we know we use those 2 yellows here. So now we'll ask a different question. Can we use these 2x3 black plates instead of those yellow ones? And I think the answer is actually yes. So let's try it. Here's one. Here's the other. We keep changing this front here, but again, we have a very limited part selection. This is what we have to do. Now we check the front, still looks fine. Looks really no different, basically. And now we've earned 2 2x2 plates, which is going to allow us to go in here. Can we actually see this clearly enough? Yeah, we can see this perfectly fine. Go in here, plop down 1, plop down 2. And now when we put this chassis down, it's connected both in the front and the back, loosely connected in the back. And actually, I still don't like that in the back, so we're going to sacrifice 2 more studs worth of storage space and put that like so. And now this is really properly connected, which is great. So we're going to want to start trying to store. So again, this is going to go here, and we're going to completely close up that storage. We do not need it for the rest of the model. This just went kind of back here. That's fine. And I want to close up these gaps in the... Well, actually, you know what? Maybe we don't even need to worry about closing them up. So we'll go here. Let's set this all aside. And let's make the landing spot for our flyer. So this is going to be really easy because here's all the tiles that we've got. Black. Yeah, we can use off-centered plates. Gray. Black. We're just using what we have. More gray. Okay, so that's one configuration. Now let's see if we can come up with a configuration that is a little bit more symmetrical. So we could do this. We could do this. Do that. Do this. And I think I like this the most so far, especially because that's going to let us go ahead over here, take this 1x4 black tile that's now extra, put it in front of the flyer, which cleans that front up a little bit. So you can see the flyer. We actually kind of accidentally built this pretty cool little mechanism where this can go up and down there. So that was neat. Now this is going to be pretty valid as far as having the flyer land, which means that I've recovered two more tiles and 1 plate that I can use to try to close up a little bit of this business here, which is actually perfect. So I'll put the plate right there, the tiles right there, and that's going to prevent that gap from having these pins go through it. The front gap, technically the pins could get through, but it's going to be exceedingly challenging for them to do so. So now we have a storage space. So let's go ahead in, and let's carefully start arranging these last few spare parts. Nothing will be wasted, as we have some heroic and inspiring space music there. I'm placing these very carefully. I actually almost wish I had like a tweezer on me right now to do this part. But we'll settle for the heroic music instead. I love when the music like really times up to what we're doing like that. Got a 3rd one on this lane. 4th one on this lane. 3rd one on this lane. 4th one on this lane. You can post in the comments sort of basically, all right, what are we doing here? Are we storing excess connectors? Like, what is this? Is this ore that the Batrax has drilled up? Here's one more right here. Here's one more right here. And now we still have a whole second layer that we can go through. So we're going to place this, oh no, we need that for the hitch. So we'll go here, second layer, just going really carefully here. You can probably tell we're just about done, actually. So when I said I wanted to do this in less than 30 minutes, I think we're going to basically pull that off, which is pretty cool. Getting a little bit more tricky to apply these into that tight space on the second level. But I fear that if I offset them at all, that this won't close up properly. But we'll get a little messy. We still got quite a lot to go. Third, fourth, and fourth. Five, six. Now, for now, we can still close this up. When we add this last layer, will we be able to? Let's find out together. I actually think we're still okay. Let's arrange them sideways this time, which again, that friction is just going to make it harder and harder for these to slide out of the model. That definitely fit. Get one back here. That's a little tight. Get one back here. One in the center. And one more in the center. Now, I'm just going to snap this connector on. Just like butter, guys. Super, super straightforward. Here's the bottom of our hitch. Let's connect it. Let's put the top on. And then we can very easily rest the flyer on there. And before we do so, let's place these last four pieces, which we've created for ourselves. So we're going to add some new decal articulation here, and it's really obvious a great place for them is going to be right there. They're just going to snap right over that 2x2 black tile. And they're also going to have the positive effect of locking this 2x2 triangle tile in place, which was a little bit wobbly before. So there's our flyer with the top. Let's land it. It fits very, very easily because it's just sitting on two jumper studs. It comes off very, very easily without disturbing the model. And that, folks, is our newly refreshed Blacktron 2025 Batrax. And I have to say, looking at the improvement from the start of the stream to the end here, where we left off before, I think we got a lot closer to our intended vehicle there. And we even closed up the cockpit, which was not something that I was really certain we were going to be able to pull off. Lost a leg in the back there. That's okay. It doesn't need to be sturdy. It's just an effective use of the remaining parts when you've already chosen to buy the Blacktron Renegade. You've already built those two alternate models, the old one and the new one that came with it anyway. And you've got these parts laying around, and there we go. We have something we can do with them. Honestly, this might be the first example where I just go ahead and even create the instructions and put them up on Rebrickable for folks to use. So we'll see about that. All right, guys, that was a good start. I'm going to take a quick break here. What I'm going to do is see if I can get a count up timer going for our builds, and we'll go through and build the next little piece in our runway. We'll be right back. All right, guys, we're back, changing up the music, stepping away from the crazy Blacktron adventure for a little bit, and we're just going to keep on going on with the schedule there. So that Blacktron Batrax rebuild turned out way better than I expected. And since it is only about 200 pieces, I actually think I am going to go ahead and publish instructions for that one. So if I succeed in doing that, at least on YouTube, look a bit later, look in maybe a week or so, and I should have a link to Rebrickable posted with those instructions as a YouTube comment, so, or a YouTube description. Really quick here, I do want to go ahead and do something with my setting real quick. So this is going to be do that. That. There we go. I'm pretty happy with that. So at least copy that there. Probably don't need it here and here. We'll copy it there. Good. Okay, cool. So what have we done? We've just gone ahead and added just a little build timer that we can utilize when we want to just do whatever. And I think we can go ahead and, yeah, this is fine. On my side, I'm going to go ahead and pull up the instructions for this, but I don't think that you guys particularly need to see that. This is just a pretty straightforward set. So you've got me. We're hanging out. We're working. Yeah, let's do it. Okay, so next up, like we mentioned, next up in the plan here is we've got this very straightforward cherry blossom set. So this is from a little while ago. According to Bricklink, this is from the Botanical Collection in 2024. It's a nice, easy little set. 438 pieces, so traditionally that would take me about 40 minutes, maybe even as low as 32. So let's see what we can do there. And the best part about this, what I absolutely love about this is, oh wow, very, very small bags. That's not what I absolutely love about this. But I'm noticing that like what my premonition of what these are going to look like, the way this set was originally designed, I think I'm not going to need to make hardly any modifications to the set before placing this in the city, actually. So let's talk about where this is going to get going, as I won't be needing those since we'll be using the electronic version. I do like having paper instructions as an option, but for our streams, they just get in the way. So this is kind of interesting. It says dump out bag 1 and bag 2 here. So that's fine. I guess we can do that. Making sure that we don't accidentally throw out any pieces like that poor 1x1 trans red tile that I think we accidentally ditched on Friday night when we were streaming. So is this a 2x build? No, it looks like they're going to be single. So the beautiful part about this, I can tell you right off the bat, is this connector, using a connector like this to get started, this is exactly how I build the trees in my city already. So plopping in these 2 giant cherry blossom trees into the city in place of whatever, there's usually birch or oak trees in the city. So where I'm going to place these is I'm going to put them in front of City Hall, actually, which I think is going to be a really nice touch, to have these giant, nice pink cherry blossom trees in front of City Hall instead of the 2 birch trees that are quite small birch trees that are currently in front of my City Hall. And it's going to be an easy 1-to-1 switch because the tree style is exactly the same. Again, I don't think that LEGO necessarily designed these to be city trees. They're obviously supposed to be just sprigs of a cherry blossom, little branches. That's not coming back out. It's very tight. The connections here are very, very tight for some reason, which is kind of interesting to me. LEGO this is part of the Botanicals collection. This isn't supposed to be put in your city in the first place. It's supposed to just be, you know, something that you build and you enjoy and you look at. I don't know, the Botanical collection, LEGO sets that aren't minifigure scale have never really spoken to me, so I can't quite speak to what particularly compels people about those, but if you love the Botanicals, I think that's great. If you're somebody who's kind of new to LEGO and you know, the Botanicals is what made you actually kind of really excited about it, I think that's great also. So for me, we will not be using these as random sprigs of cherry blossom branches. We will be using them as full cherry blossom trees in the city. So nothing particularly special here. No real modifications or adjustments that we need to do. Again, the only reason I was going to do this one on stream today was because I thought that we were going to have to maybe at least modify the base in order to make sure it worked with our city, but we are literally not going to have to modify a single piece, which is super cool. Super cool. Okay, so it looks like they want us to... Interesting. Now, Am I OCD enough to make sure that all of the numbers line up top to bottom? Oof. If we go really, really close here, there's like a little number 2 telling you this is a number 2 axle connector. Yeah, I am. It's got to be done, guys. Oh, wait, they're actually... Listen, just do it right once. Then you never have to do it again. So, we'll be a little bit more conscientious in the future. Maybe. Possibly. Possibly not. And it wants us to do that again here. And then stack this one on top. This is so frivolous that we're changing the orientation of these numbers, but whatever. It's nice to be frivolous every now and then. Okay, 2 of these. The one thing about these botanicals is they try to get a lot of detail with the plants that they're creating, so they tend to be pretty meticulously detailed, which I think we're going to find as we go through this build here. Let me do that again. In fact, I'm trying to think, this is probably the first botanical set that I've actually made, since they don't typically have a function for me. I've seen quite a few people build them or display them, whether that's in their office or their home. It's definitely a very successful range, and I know that it's introduced a number of very specialized Lego parts that ended up being used in lots and lots of sets. So I'm grateful for that. Grateful for the people who build them and support the company and keep the cool stuff coming my way. Okay, we need to do that twice again. I love the touches of the maroon, the dark red here. I think it's a nice color. This is a very repetitive, very, very repetitive build. So it definitely is the kind of build that's supposed to be very, like, mesmerizing as you do it, I guess. Obviously, we're just going to rush our way on through. A little set like this is definitely going to be a little trickier if my hands end up getting sweaty, like has been the case on recent builds. It's kind of tricky to manage the temperature in the winter time. Here's the cap to it. And now, okay, so this is the tricky part here, is now it wants us to do this. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, I could be lining up the ones here. Are there ones? No, this one doesn't say it. Thank goodness. 7, 8, 9, 10. So now it wants us to make a really long sprig. This is simply too tall for where City Hall is. So we're gonna adjust this together. So I was about to approximate it, but why approximate when we can be scientific? So let's pull back up our keyboard. Looks like we are customizing after all, though only very slightly. So the set in question is called Town Plan. This is a 2008 remake of a 1961 Lego set. So I guess you guys can't see this, that's okay. Description, images, I want heights. And I'm not going to get heights. Okay. But what I can see is I can count the bricks here. So that's going to be that plate for me would have been replaced by the equivalent of 2. So that's 2. So we're floating 2 plates, and then we have brick, brick. Let's call that a third brick. And then we're going to go up by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. This looks like 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So it looks like, let's call it 17 and a half, 17, 18. So that's about how big Town Plan is in our city. Wow, I can't believe this set went for 149. It's basically like 3 half modulars. It's very cool. But yeah, that was 2008 for you. It's a pretty cool time. We said 17, 17 and a half, 18 studs high. So I think on our little, yes, on my playmat here, actually finally using the rebrick mat the way it's intended. So here is 17. That, there's no way. 18, like I've looked at Town Plan enough times, I know roughly how tall this set is. 18 feels about right, 19 feels about right. So without any extension down there, or rather with just one extension, so let's do it like this, so it's not right up on the ground. Let's see how high this is. And that is about, it also is going to start up a little bit. It's like 21. So it's going to be taller than the town hall itself, but that's fine because it's a beautiful centerpiece. I think that feels about right. So we're going to cut the height of this thing a little under in half, and we're going to have 9 of this left over, which is fine because I'm actually probably just going to put these straight into my bulk because I can use them as like telephone poles at some point, or, you know, fallen tree logs or something like that. So we'll just put this off to the side of the camera with Llama Sue over there and say, thank you, next. Heading back to the build, already we have a lot of extra pieces here, so we didn't use these little spiky guys. So these are probably extra. These are probably all extra right here. But these all hypothetically should have been used. So maybe let's check really quickly if I missed a step already. I don't think I did. So we'll just push them off camera for now. It's also possible with the Lego Botanicals that Lego just gives a lot more extra pieces than they typically would, since these sets are geared at a very different type of Lego builder. So all right, let's polish off this. Let's make this tree pretty. This branch that we're using as a tree with the third and fourth bags of the set. So again, 14 minutes in, we're under Under 10 minutes per bag, pretty significantly under 10 minutes per bag, which makes sense since the bags are so incredibly tiny. Although we're over 10 minutes per bag if you think of these as one bag instead of two. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I also did have to stop for modification, but we won't have to do that again. So let's start making this thing pretty. So we're going to fill in these little blossoms, I guess. Another thing I'm realizing is I don't have a playlist generated for working on the city. I'm not sure that we've done any actual work on the city on stream yet. We've done a little bit of we have done a little bit of, how do you call it, residential work already, but not any true city work. Put that down. Put that down. Now I've got some green. This is pretty relaxing. Oh, I made a 7th one when I didn't need to. That's okay. All right, so they've got us going up here. Here. And then on these. Ugh. Four more like this. I don't know why they're not having us build all these similar builds at the same time. I guess it breaks up the repetition. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 'This is very tactile. It's with all these spiky egg parts. It's very fun to kind of hold and manipulate. Now, where do the rest of them go? Okay, and then 14 like this. Very, very tactile. Very, very fun to just hold and move around. It does kind of feel like working with a spiky tree branch, plant branch. And I think it will look quite nice in front of the building. Yeah. Okay. Now for this last part. Got these little like ice cream scoops. Let's put them on the top. There we go. That's nice. That's very pretty. I like it. Put that in the back there. We got more extra pieces. At least this time they're all logical. Which again makes me kind of wonder about these back here, but I don't really see anywhere that I would have put them. All right. Bags 5 and 6, tree number 2. All right, this time I'll actually pay attention to my number 2s. You know what? These aren't extra pieces. Because here's where that first one went. It'll be right here to cover up that gray bit. Here's the second one. But again, that really makes me wonder where these 4 things might have gone. Do we have any extra? Perhaps on the back side? Yeah, I bet that's where. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Always be suspicious of extra pieces, guys. Always be suspicious of extra pieces. There, with just a little bit more texture there. Kind of using the same basic frame for the tree here, but as we kind of can see from the baggies over to the side, we're going to be using a little bit of different color work for the second tree, it seems. That's okay. Come back over here. Plop these together again. With all of our 2s lined up. Okay. Again, not really too much to talk about here with this one. This is mostly a standard build, minus a few adjustments. So And here comes our fun part again, where we put all these together. To a third one, a fourth one, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and we'll use only the very last one at the bottom here. And then before we move on, we'll fix what we did before. So we'll put this in here, 1, 2, 3, and 4. There's actually 2 more slots that we could use those if we had a lot more, but I'd like to keep it even. So I'm actually going to move them up to the top 4 openings rather than the bottom 4. I think that'll look more. And I'll do the same over here. So we'll take this one and this one, put them here and here. Is this the fun of LEGO Botanicals? Who can know? Again, I'm not really sure why they just completely left that step off. Maybe the pieces were, oh yeah, that looks better. Maybe the pieces were actually added later in production. Hard to say. And on to the last 2 bags, where we have some repetitive leaf building again. Okay, so we'll start off. So now our cups are pink. So this sprig is a little bit farther along in its maturity life cycle. These are pretty. These are very pretty. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These go here. One, 2, 3, 4, here. This is pretty. And again, very tactile, very fun to manipulate. Ten. All right. 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and they're going all over, mostly on bare parts. That's fine. And then 2 spots down here. Okay, 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14. And these are going to go mostly on those swiveled parts. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Feels so nice to hold these. 11, 12, 13, 14. And the last little bit, which we remember, make these little cupcakes. 2, 3, now I want a cupcake. 4, 5, 6, twig, cupcake, 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 twig, cupcake, cupcake, cupcake. Extra pieces. Place our cupcake platters. There we go. A second sprig. See if they say anything else to me over on my side. Nope, not really. Nothing of interest. Look at these. Just under 40 minutes to put them 2 together. And I just honestly think these are going to look wonderful in front of Town Hall with a building right behind them. Cool. Success. Put those over there since I need to log them. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to have a cookie, and then we will come back and start, I guess, our core build of the day with the Rebel Recruitment Center adjustment. So we'll go from there. Be right back. And we're back with a nice new funky playlist, too. I figured it might be nice to actually go ahead and create sort of an urban playlist, because we had sort of that residential, but that was a bit peaceful for the next couple of builds that we're going to be doing. This is kind of working for me. All right, so let's talk about the next task here. This is actually probably going to take longer to set up even than to complete, but that's okay. That's kind of how we like our custom builds sometimes. So let me hop on up a little bit here. Give my aching rear end a bit of a rest for a second there. Besides, I like to be elevated. We were talking last time about how I clearly need like a 3-inch higher stool or something, maybe with a nice plush cushion on it or something. Ugh. Anyway, let's get to work. Cool. Got a little timer started there. So what are we doing here? So we've got this ice cream shop. Let's take a look at the front camera. Why is this wrapped in plastic wrap? That's something I tend to do when I've sort of finished a build and I'm waiting to transfer it to storage. So this is already a custom build. So you can see a couple of the hallmarks of sort of the way I do my builds here. Well, one, I'm missing my 2 1x8 plates and maybe a parking meter. Okay, I'll have to look at my notes about what I was going to put there. But this is a mostly complete build. So we took the Lego ice cream shop set and we basically tried to modularize it into a proper 16x16 plate. And we also combined it, because we needed some extra parts, we combined it with, a little while ago on Lego.com, you could get this sort of birthday celebration scene as a, not even a gifts with purchase, but just a, look at this little plant that's in the side here. I actually love what we did with this build. Like, this is really, really well done. And it gets even cooler because since we combined it with the birthday scene and this collectible minifigure, this train guy here, so once you look in the top, you can see, it looks like I actually had these balloons sticking off the ceiling, which was a pretty clever take there. So the happy birthday is repeated on the inside, and there's this ice cream shop is just packed to the brim with different folks who are celebrating one of these children's birthdays. So it looks like that's a kid with a big hat, that's a kid, no parental supervision whatsoever. Here's the mascot for the ice cream shop, this polar bear person. And then this is another, maybe a collectible minifigure, I guess, who I collected over time. Or actually, you know what? I think this was actually from Lego Dreams, this ice cream guy. And I really liked it because it really reminded me of, like, The Masked Singer, which is like a guilty pleasure. Okay, so he's driving by with a cart. We have this kid who can't fit his train costume into the party, but there's 4 kids enjoying. Cool. The only problem with this is, like I said, I really wanted to add a second layer here. So let's close the shop back up and possibly for the last time, figure out where that second balloon went. We really stuck to the nice curvature of the shop. We got the dripping ice cream cone. Like, we really did pretty well here. I need tweezers again to get this balloon out of here. All right. So we're going to go forward. Let's try it here. That seems to work. And then we need the other one, so let's try that here. You see, I just got the balloons sticking from the ceiling to allow them to come down. That is right. Nope, that seems to work. So now I'll tighten up the roof, and there's the roof. So originally the set included this ice cream banner, like an advertisement that you can put here, and I think I had it like so. And that was, like, honestly fine. And maybe we'll try to keep that. But what we need to do next, we've also got this terrace here, which I've got a little red bird on. So we're going to put these ice cream parts to the side. And what I wanted to do was I wanted to make this a second story. So I picked up, I really like, they have these, this is, no. Sure, why not? This is a little bit Tokyo. still tweaking this new mix that we've got together here. What were we saying? So this set, This is built by the instructions. So what this is somebody's room from, also this is a little bit loud today. Let's turn down the, oh, I see. I need to turn it down on my side, not on your side. Whoops. That's probably fine. So I'll have to check in a little bit. Actually, let's go ahead and I need to check the volume on the actual technical difficulties. I need to check the volume on the actual streaming, not here. So let me try hopping over to Twitch and seeing if that's still coming through. Seems to be fine. All right, we're gonna assume it's fine, and I'll check afterwards. Where were we? So we talked about what we're doing here with this build. So yeah, we have the ice cream shop, and then so Lego Friends has been around for a while now, and something that Lego Friends just did was they released like their second generation of Friends characters, and this is these two people. There we go. These two people are from the second generation of Lego Friends. And what they did was they actually released like little apartments for the second generation Lego Friends. This is kind of cool. It's got like a pull-out bed actually, so you can have like a sleepover. Looks like this is a sleepover scene. So we are going to say that unfortunately, one of these Lego Friends here actually lives in an apartment over the city. And I've been really enjoying using these to just create sort of second-story apartments, or in one case, actually, we used one to make a third-story apartment over the Friends Music Store and haircut place, I think is the bottom floor of that one. So that would be somewhere in the city. So really quickly, let's take a look at what's actually in this apartment. So I see a lot of cookies that are left all over. I see like a sort of like a tea time type of deal. And then we have our two Lego Friends. We have what looks like a movie screen projector. So one of these friends is clearly into film. Maybe has won some like awards for film, taken some pictures of unicorns or something like that. We have some pens at a writing desk. Very full apartment. Lots of little plush cushions that can go on the ground. Honestly, fun place to have a sleepover. And also they've got a puppy, which that's an awful lot going on in this apartment. So honestly, that's it. Mostly, modifying these things tends to be pretty straightforward. Let's grab a brick separator. So first we'll take off the ice cream sign holder. So we're officially combining these two sets here. The nice part about this is, besides the couple of pieces I mentioned, the two 1x8 tiles and maybe a parking meter, generally speaking, this is done. Like, this is mostly done. But what I need to do is I need to set this here in such a way that it's logical. So now we'll take off our bird. We'll take off our little balcony piece here. Yep. And now we want to use as few studs as possible to put these two together. So I probably want to take this 2x6 plate off, because that's just going to be a lot of extra studs. So carefully we'll lift this back up again so we don't take the balloons with us as we go. Here's this. Here's this. Why do I care about how many extra studs there are? Well, just like when we were putting that glider back on the Blacktron set earlier today, the more studs that we have, we don't want to use too many studs to connect plates to plates. When you're connecting plates to plates, you want it to mostly just be tiles. Similarly, the other problem here is this 4x8. So let's get a little creative. Like, again, is this hard what we're doing right now? No, not at all. This is actually very straightforward. But we just want to do it as accurately as possible. So we'll put that all back together. That's all fine. So what I'm almost thinking is I'd like to have access to these two tiles here, this L tile and this 1x3 tile. And then looks like those are plates. This is necessary for the roof to sit on so that this can all come back apart. So if I do this, nope, that's going to extend too far over. But this 1x3 here might do the trick. So I can close this up like that. Carefully. Yeah, I just flicked that into place. And now we can go back to here. Keeping this as much integral as possible. Now let's tile this back up again so that actually this 1x3 plate is going to be a problem also if we don't place it somewhere else. So is that a 1x2? It is. So we don't need that there. So again, everything that we're doing right now is just to ensure that we have reasonable places to put things. Okay. That's probably fine right there. It's actually a great spot for it right there. One, two. Corner. 1, 2, 1, 2. No idea why this is being tricky. There we go. I can see that I have a slight issue on the underside connection. But I don't think I have an easy way to fix it because I don't have an available 1x2 brick. I do have this 1x4 back there, which doesn't seem to be structural, but that's too long. I would need a 1x3 or less. There's a 1x3, but I don't want to use that one. There's this random 1x2 right here. Nope, those are 1x1s, so those won't help me. There's a 1x2. I don't want to mess with too much more, so I think we're just going to say that's about fine. Lightly place this back in place. And let's go back to preparing this to receive what we're looking for. Okay, so that will probably do there. This can go here. We want to hide this next tile here, and we're getting somewhere. I'll be able to explain this in a moment here. Okay, which means what we're going to have left over is this big plate here. So now I want to try to hide this plate, if I can, which I probably can if I remove the roof carefully enough, because the roof here, there's nothing in this space, meaning I have the ability to hide this. So this is up 2, but this is only up 1. So if I go like this, I think we're going to be okay. Now I'm going to want to make that snap. The only problem with that is, again, we won't be as easily able to see what's going on in there once we remove the roof. So let's double check if there's a place where we can put this where we'll still be able to see the action down the road. So that would look something like, we'd want it to be removable. I don't think that we're going to have any success there. That's okay. All right, here we go. So I'm thinking we'll do it like this. But what I need to check next now, and again, we're just constantly flipping back and forth between the main set and the secondary set. Now I need to determine the depth of the girl's room back here, because I don't want it to be facing forward. As exciting as this facade is, that's very, very busy. You can't see it very clearly. It's very, very busy for a second floor. So we're going to want it to look like this, dollhouse style. So what we have to ask is, how far back or how far forward does that place the build? And we can measure that really easily. We've got 6, 7, 8 plus 4. So this is 12 deep if we count this little extension back here, which we are going to count because we don't have an easy way to fix it up. So if this is going to be 12 deep, that means up here, our fun with the ice cream sign, and that's going to look like a pretty reasonably nice facade, actually. I'd love if I could match the curve a little bit more. So that would be starting right here. That would be 13 deep, which is not ideal, but I actually do think there's a way. I mean, if we go 12 deep, then I have a really easy way to use this thing here, which is like that. And then I'm only missing the terrace for the bird, which yeah, you can kind of see we've got a bit of a problem here. So now we're going to be moving the ice cream sideways. The terrace to the bird is probably going to go here. So we have a sketch. So this turned out to be a hair harder than we initially estimated, but not impossible. So now let's carefully start putting this back together in the way that we're talking about. So first things first, I'm going to take off all these ice cream decals, which is not challenging. What a place to live. What a place these girls have picked, this ice cream shop. A bold choice, to be sure. Put this back on, and this is going to be final. So we're just going to set that in place. And that's reasonably sturdy. It's just this little section back here that's a little bit more troublesome. Next, this is going to be permanent. So we're going to ignore it for a moment, and we're going to place down the other half of the parlor with its other two balloons. I apologize that I don't have a nice recording. Let's take this off because I think we're going to need that spot and that spot. Apologize that I don't have a nice recording of actually originally putting the ice cream together. That would have been nice. Still kind of confused about some of the choices in the playlist here, but that's okay. I've now run into another issue, which is that I'm going to need to overhang the ice cream shop a little bit. And honestly, that's fine. So we're pushing this section forward by 2 studs. Forward by 2, which means the balloons need to go back by 2. So this is going to go back 1, 2, like that. This is going to go back 1, 2, like that. And we should be able to plop this back down. Yes. There, that's in place. And now we can finalize closing up this little section here and having it be a little bit better attached. Let's take this tile, because we might need that. Is that a plate or is it a brick? In fact, we might need that. Oh, no. dropped that 1x3 plate into the party, and we might need it. My next question is everything in here tied down? Looks like the presents are not tied down. But I don't see anything else moving around. Come on. Oh, great. Incredible. Well, something moved. Let's see if we can identify what. Just milk in the milk carton back there. Okay. We were saying this goes here. This goes back here. Bingo. Now we close up the ice cream shop. That was challenge number 1. And that went reasonably well. Now we got a couple of parts. So let's pre-place this shop here. It's going to have to go like that, which is actually looks fine now that we've moved forward the terrace. So let's take off this. Let's go ahead and put the bird balcony where it needs to go, and that's also very nice. It's going to tessellate perfectly on top of that white one. So we'll move this out of the way, and we'll snap this in carefully. Shockingly, this doesn't obstruct my telephone pole particularly much either, as long as I move it to the side like that. I think I've used this solution on a couple of my builds. This may be some of the first city building that you're seeing me do, and a lot of this is very standardized, so it can fit really easily into my grid. Okay, so there's a little bird terrace. And actually, maybe this is very convenient for the girls because they can let the puppy out to play with the bird. This is very dangerous. Don't try this at home. Don't try this anywhere, in fact. Okay, there, spot for the girls. So now, let's get our ice cream flow back in. Kind of like that. And then we have 3 more to cover. If here. So it's supposed to look like this. And we're okay, I think we're okay with it hanging over the edge of the build, because normally all that would be in front of this would be like a road. Occasionally I get into problems doing this, but I have a way to store it if it really creates too much trouble. So put it like that. We said this is here, tentatively. So let's see. Yeah, this works out just fine. Again, being careful here that I don't smash the whole build apart. It's not that fragile, but the roof is not supported in the center there, which is okay. Let's place the rest of this ice cream pyroclastic flow down. So there's purple, there's teal, and then here is orange, really, really bleeding over. And that doesn't look perfect, so what I might do instead is this. Which I can get away with by, and now I fixed the problem of this being off profile outside of the 16 by 16. You'll see in a moment here, like this. Yeah, that'll work. Look at that. We're back to properly 16 by 16. Okay, so now we've got all these pieces here that we can use to finish connecting. This is actually really fun. This is actually kind of a hilarious build. Look at this. All right, let's finish hooking up the girls' bedroom or whatever. Okay, so we need a few more connection points. There's only that one in the middle, which is actually not a great place for it anymore. So we're going to flip that out, which shouldn't be too hard. Great. We're going to let that go ahead and be a plate like so. So all we really need is space for the movie theater, which is about here. Yeah, that's about right. And space to connect this back here. So we can cover those with one stud like this. And then we want a second anchor point for this house here, probably all the way on the other side. So we're going to take off these two 1x3s. We'll put this like so. I think that covers all of it. Yep, that's actually pretty good. Now we just tile it off, and we're most of the way done. I guess we didn't quite get the ice cream, these two things back, but I have a plan for those. So hold tight. Okay, so we need another spot for this. I also kind of want to utilize the natural curve here with the back of the girl's bedroom. So that would look like this, I think. Yes. I don't have any more 1x2s that I can steal, do I? Nope. That's okay. And now we're just tiling off the rest. The rest of what's visible, at least. So we'll want to cover this. To make it very clear that a part is going under there. That's fine. We'll cover this. Add some additional strength to the roof and use that 4x4. And we'll need to do that here. Yes, I sometimes use flicking as an advanced tactic to connect things in particular areas. Hopefully that didn't just knock over. That did just knock over a balloon. Come on. I mean, did I deserve that? Yes. Am I happy about it? No. So then we want to connect these like this. So let's make sure I get this all correct before I take this thing off again. It's going to look like that. And I believe that's going to leave us with exactly one tile. Yep. So we'll want to use that basically in the center of where the rest of the weight of this build, so right about here. And this roof is pretty solid, so we don't really have a problem with that. Although, what we can also do, we had a bit of an overage under here. So we go 1, 2, could do something like this. And that would give us an overage of 2. Covers up this pretty neatly. And now as soon as I fix that balloon problem, we're pretty much ready to put this thing down. I actually think I remember where this was too. I think it was like here. Come on. It was not there. Was it here? Yes. Boom. And now I never have to, well actually, let's do the bird. Come on. Come on. Come on. There. Now I never have to lift this roof again. A totally interesting little city scene that's just buried inside. All right, last but certainly not least, we've got to place the ice cream sign. So what are we working with here? We are working with a 1x4, which I think this right here is totally fine. And then we are working with a 4x4, which immediately I have an idea. See this? Boom, boom. Easy, easy peasy. And in fact, again, that's going to open up a tile for us here. So just like before, we're going to place that in sort of the center of where the rest of the mass of the girl's apartment is. Take this one, put it in like so. Like so. Actually, I guess that doesn't really do anything because we're already connected right there. Okay, great. There we go. So we can put this right here. So we're building upward with this sign. Now I think the way that the weight distribution of the building is going, I think we actually want... No, what happened? Nothing. It's perfect. I think we actually probably want the sign going the other direction, so that's okay. Yeah. And now this is a pretty properly tall building, actually. So, we can put this little advertisement up here. We can put the polar bear person here. And then we have this ice cream guy rolling by on the cart. All in all, pretty well done. So let's use our couple of loose connection points here. And it fits in like a charm. And now the girls have a full, proper 12 by 16 space that they can utilize. Even somewhere for the dog to chase birds. I was going to say, like, it's crazy the idea of just opening up your window and putting your dog out on the little balcony to chase birds. And I'm like, I've actually kind of done exactly that with the cat, so, with a former cat, so I guess I've got no legs to stand on, so to speak. Neither do these Lego friends, apparently. Come on. I'm not even going to describe what's going on here. It's just being annoying. There. Now I think yeah, and there we go. They can even tilt the projector to face inward if they need to without really breaking the profile of the building. Look at this. This worked out really well, actually. Okay, put the sign up here. Which is fine. And we can put the ice cream sign on. And now this is a pretty reasonably tall building. Look at that. In fact, I have to really back it up for you to be able to properly see it. Looking at the front camera there. There you go. Nice and tall. And not too busy. Can I store the ice cream guy's cart right there? Because that would be really convenient. The masked singer, the masked creamer. Maybe not that one. Yeah, actually kind of can. Again, just for like storage purposes. Cool. If you see a strange ice cream man playing a trumpet, maybe don't bring your kids to the birthday party, but this is quite the bustling scene now. It's really quite the scene. Okay, so you would think that we're done, but while I'm okay with leaving buildings in dollhouse configuration, there is one thing that I do like to do, and that is put a roof, particularly because I have a lot of extras of the pieces that I use to make roofs with. So I'm going to go ahead and see if I can get that started. So let's see. The roof pieces, well, one second. Found them. Fun fact, I've actually built so many road plates that I've actually got 2 more bags that full or more full of road plates. So, or of what these are is these are the on ramps to the new road plates. So I use the actual 16 by 16 road plates. So like there would be like a road in front of this, and I've got some cool designs for that. But I don't use their on-ramps for roads. I use their on-ramps for buildings. So what this actually is a 4x8, basically roof tile. And since I use them on so many different builds, it gives a little bit of consistency to this set. And then to tessellate these, all you need is a 4x6 and 2 1x4 plates. So I try not to use this one. This is sort of my model, so to speak. But we can at least map it out a little bit. So the way that these tessellate is, here's one of these. Every one of these gets you 4 of these. So we go 1, 2, no wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, and now we've just covered 8 by 16 worth of roof. So let's go ahead back to the girls' house apartment here, and we're going to have to remove this hanging plant because that's going to be our only potential connection point. So that's fine. We can definitely, it looks like we have some more hanging plants over on this side. So again, I want to keep the profile of the building interior to the 16 by 16. So we're going to play with this a little bit. So I'm going to take this stack of plants, I'm going to flip this one around like so, and then put that back in place. Flip this plant, move each of these plants a little bit. This one. This one. I'm not exactly sure why this plant seems to be like there's like a trophy on the oh, I see. I actually do understand. So let me demonstrate. It's because this trophy wasn't originally on this plant. Flip another one around. Flip it sideways so it doesn't break the profile of the building. Connect this all back down. Plant. 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 And this is still flat back here, which means I can store these beside each other. So now we have this mess of additional plants, which we can almost use as like a back to the house, which is kind of funny, actually. So we're no longer going to need this little connector piece here that we had. So I'll take this trophy, put it back on the countertop there. What's in these? The girls put anything in these cubbies here? Probably not. Again, there's a lot of, oh yeah, there's a little shopping list or something. There's a lot of detail packed in this tiny apartment. So here we have kind of like a long creeping vine that we can use. So let's go ahead and add another plant and another plant. And then let's start to creep this vine like so. Give them a little bit of privacy. And that's fine. And again, still keeping the profile of the building. We're not quite breaking the there. Well, actually, I suppose I should really be using a plate to test that. Where do I have a plate? Over here. 8 by 16 smooth tile. Not breaking the profile of the building. So now we put the roof on. Well, again, I'll put this here. Oh, actually, I could put this like so, and then I could even have some creeping vine hanging down, which might look kind of nice. I don't know. I do think that looks nice, and it looks almost like they've got a sliding door here, which is how the puppy got out, for better or for worse. Can we move any more of this over? Yeah. Let's go a little bit farther than Lego did in covering up the fact that this window is non-existent. Yeah, that looks way better. It looks busy, I know, on our front cam there, but here it looks better. Take this, put it back on the plant. Now I'm just kind of fiddling, which is what you get to do when you've basically finished all the rest of it. Good. Okay, now we check how much roof we actually get to cover with this 8x16, and we find it is pretty satisfactory. So there you go. There you go. And again, I am... okay, we can double check really quickly if we want to add a third roof piece here. So to add a third roof piece, we would need... Let's go sideways. You can see it on the side cam. We would have to overhang by 1, or we could go... Sometimes I'll do this, and I'll go backwards like so, which actually I think is going to look pretty fine on this set. So we're going to use 6 of these in total. You can see on the side like that. And I will need a second one of my little things that I do with this here. And again, the way that these are built specifically, there's no way to really cheat that without using the special roof connector that we talked about. So here we go. And that's it. That's another completed city build. So I'm going to take these 6 pieces, set them to the side, and I know that all I need to order for this build is 2 4x6 light gray plates and 4 1x4 light gray plates, and we are golden. So set that off and say another task off the to-do list. Let's put this newly refreshed 2-story ice cream shop off to the side and get this roof stuff out of the way. So now we're going to take a quick break. It took us 44 minutes to put those 2 sets together. Take a quick break, and we're going to come back and get to sort of the main event of today's build, which, as I mentioned, is that Rebel Recruitment Center. So we're looking forward to that. Be right back. Okay, let's get back to it. Whew. We're doing a lot today. It's pretty cool. All right, so what have we got next? We've got some good stuff. So the next thing that we're going to have here is going to be a little bit of a treat, actually, because this is going to harken back to one of the relatively older sets in a lot of people's collections. So this right here, this is actually the B-Wing at Rebel Command Center, which was a Lego Star Wars set released in probably 1999. Obviously, there's no B-Wing on screen here, because what we're looking at is... I don't have something with my front camera up front. I gotta fix that at some point. That's okay. Well, the point was it was a Lego set where... Here, let's do this, because we're going to need to get there anyway. So... B-Wing at Rebel Control Center. Here we are in Brickset once again. So you can see when you look in our image there, I already do support you, Bricklink. It's just on a different... It's just in a different place. There we go. Yeah, we got the B-Wing. The main B-Wing build, and then you've got this sort of teensy little Rebel Control Center with a super cool, like, Battle of Yavin fight plan, which you can kind of see right in there. So this is already done. So the idea is, you've got some rebels here, and this always had this really cool mechanism where, look at this, you can, like, slide the doors open and close. I'm telling you, when you were, like, 5, this was, like, the coolest thing I could imagine. Super cool, even if it's a little rusty after all the time. And again, this is a mostly complete build. You can see my city standards here. Here's a parking meter, but then also here is sort of those 1x8 tiles. You got the tile sidewalk, and it comes right up to the level of the where the street is, which would look kind of like that. So very standardized. That is how I do my city builds. This one's got a bike lane over here in the center, or a bicycle stand rather. Some other ones have trees, like we talked about. The city hall is a double build, and it's got 2 trees. So what are we doing with this? Well, just like with the ice cream shop, this is a poor use of my limited, so my city, I've got about 4 feet by 8 feet to display my city, which is kind of nice, but not the biggest amount in the world. So I got to make every bit of space count. And part of making every bit of space count is you don't want to have just these little buildings that are just like one little scrumpy level like this. So yes, I said scrumpy. Deal with it. So what we want to do is we want to take this command center and this recruitment center, and we want to build it up to a 2nd floor, while still having respect for these beautiful little B-Wing pieces from all that time ago. Because again, this is kind of a completed build here. So what are we working with? What are our tools and materials today? We have Lego set 75387 boarding the Tantive 4 with a nice Darth Vader. That Darth Vader is not exclusive to this set. He is in the new Death Star, the TIE Bomber with that's not Iden Versio, it's, what's her name? Rey Sloane, and the Emperor's Throne Room diorama. So of these, I have the TIE Bomber, so this is not a new minifigure to me, and honestly, I actually probably will be sending this Vader along on his merry way, which is fine, once we build him. But setting that aside, we've got this nice diorama here, and this is going to provide us a nice little base to add like a 2nd or 3rd floor to this Rebel Recruitment Center. The only problem is its dimensions are probably not going to be exactly what we're looking for with this tightly confined 16 by 16 space. Again, we think about setting this right beside that ice cream shop that we just made, but we do want to at least add a second floor. And then finally, I've got 2 of these 25-year minifigure stands in case they're useful. I've got the parts from Lego R2-D2, the most recent one, which we actually used to turn into a Jedi Kel Kestis's Starfighter, which is a really cool alternate build that we found on Rebrickable. So what we're going to do, so there's 2 questions we have to answer before we get into it. Because we're definitely using the Rebel Center because it looks very Rebel-y. So the first question is which goes on top, the Rebel Center or this thing? And I kind of am tempted to have this go on top because, I mean, look at it. We've already got such a nice roof ready to go. We've already profiled the streets so easily. But with the Rebel Center, the problem that we have is we've got a floor that is 1 2/3 bricks high to enable some of the mechanisms in it. We also don't know what is the profile of this set. So if we start counting studs here with our knife, that looks like it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is 12 deep, 13, 14, 15, 16, but mostly it's 12 deep. But the width, I'm guessing this is going to be in the 24 range. So there's 4, 8, 12, 16, and then we have 4, 8, 12. That is 28. 28 is a little long for us. 28 is a little bit long for us. And 28 would mean that we're already in really great shape to turn this into a 2 wide. But I'm honestly not entirely sure that when I think of this Rebel Command Center that I want it to be a 2 wide versus using some of the same ideas and basically doubling it in upon itself so it looks like a shorter single hallway or single floor. So we're going to have our work cut out for us as we make this adjustment. It's only 500 pieces, which is only double what we were working with that Batrax custom build. But I still think we're going to have our work cut out for us a little bit. So let's try to make a contiguous floor. I think Just thinking. Yeah, we're going to double it in on itself. And then the question is, will we still want or need to incorporate the Lego R2-D2 extra parts in this build? And I'm currently thinking no. So this would have been helpful if we needed a 4th square in the 2x2 if we were going to make this a double wide building. But I don't actually think we're going to need to make this a double wide building. But there's only one way to find out. So optimal positioning, we want to leave at least 3 tiles worth of the street over here. So we're looking at a build that is 16 studs wide by 13 studs deep. And we're going to see what we can do with that. Let's have some fun. Still got this kind of jazzy city mix going here. Kind of vibe with this. So optimally, we would start at the front of this build. Let's see if we can reset our time. Well, we'll reset it in a second here. Optimally, we would start at the front of this build. We can start at either side. Actually, this is already 16 wide. Exactly. 16 by... We're subtracting 2 at the front there. We'll have to see what those 2 are for. But I think I kind of see the vision, guys. Maybe we can even keep the play features. If we just start doubling this over, let's see, 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I need to find my fold point. That's what I need to do. We need to find our fold point. And our fold point is going to be the point. Okay, so what did we say? This was 28 minus 4 is 24. Which means our fold point is at 12. So we have 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That kind of makes sense. So we have our 8 plus 4. So exactly halfway down this wall here, You can see my cursor small in the top right. Exactly halfway down this wall here is going to be our fold point. I think this is doable. This is not going to be the hardest thing we've done. And unlike some of the other times, we're not really going to be that limited by our... I don't know why I do this. I'm not keeping this box. So we're not going to be limited by trying to work within a very limited palette of parts like we were with the backtracks. We can use everything we have in front of us here on this one. Oh, we got a sticker sheet, guys. Look out. Instructions. Thank you. You won't be needing that. There's another bag. Yeah, I really think that we are not going to need to use the spare parts from Lego R2-D2, so he can continue to wither away until another day, unless we find something interesting and useful to do with him. Maybe we'll make a third floor out of R2-D2. We're not going to make a third floor out of R2-D2, guys. Don't worry. Okay, 4, 1, 5. If we were building this set straight, this would take us, 500 pieces would take us less than an hour. It would take us about 50 minutes. Actually, plus their stickers, so probably 50 to 60 minutes. Building it like this, I imagine, is probably going to take us about an hour and 30 minutes. So we will have a pause point when I finish this up. Actually, that might be as far as we get today. Because to get to the next build, I'd have to build that entire Minions house, which is exciting, but not necessarily the very next thing I wish to do. So we'll see. We'll double check the part count on the Minions when I finish up at 5 and go from there. But this is definitely going to take us to 5, so we'll definitely be taking at least a substantial pause at that point. And that's all right. The backlog exists only in your mind, folks. All right, so let's get going. Again, with a little bit of luck, we'll actually start at the front gate here, which will make this a lot easier to go through. We got these cool new Rebel helmets with the very same visor piece that was used on our Blacktron 37 years ago. So, you know, it's kind of funny how this stuff works out. All right. Get our Rebel friends back there. Do they get blasters? I guess they do get blasters. Rebel scum. So we're going to skip ahead because we need to know, again, we need to know where we're starting. And this looks suspiciously like we might be starting closer to the back side, which would be really a problem for us, actually. Yeah, we're starting at the back. Darn. Darn. This is going to be a lot harder than I was hoping. Okay, we'll just go on our merry way until we start running into problems. Well, actually, if we know this is the back, we can just stop at 12. Yeah, this is going to be... It's going to be a hair tricky. That's all right. There's a couple mechanisms in this set which I think we're going to be neutering one, if not both of them. But the bright part about this is we basically get to lift this whole thing up off its axis since we're not using this bottom plate plus brick. We're going to start with the plates that are going to go on top of all this. So 4, 8, 12. Yeah, I mean, this is actually a really cool and fairly easy build, I think, under normal circumstances. I'm just a delinquent and constantly modifying things rather than just building them and placing them like a normal, sane Lego builder. But what can you do? Oh, I like the music now. There we go. Okay, so here is where we start. So let's do a part check. So we're at 5, 10. So we've got 2 more studs over on this side before we start modifying. This is really, 500 pieces is really not that much, especially when we have a fairly straightforward blueprint like we do here. I'm gonna kind of lightly place this. I'm not gonna fully tap it into place, all these plates yet, because we're gonna be adjusting the majority of them. And we want to make sure that stays as relatively as easy as possible. So here's a mechanism that we are probably going to be ignoring. I actually haven't done a modified floor plan like this in a while. I modified the floor plan for Lego's The Office, which is one of the coolest things I've ever done. I placed it on a skyscraper. And it worked really, really, really well. But it does take a while to do a modified floor plan. Go. All right, that's a pretty simple little mechanism to fleeing the offending rebel. And then again, I'll just tap this into place. We're already kind of getting reasonably close. So we have two fling points here in this set, which is kind of funny. Okay, so now this brick takes us exactly to 12, so that's our pause point. Our fold point, rather, we were calling it. Do another one of these. Do one of these. Yeah, I mean, like, these are cute, but it's fine. Okay, so now this is probably going to be built directly on our fold point, so let's be cautious here. Oh gosh, it's not even lined up even. That's going to be such a nuisance. Yeah, so this right here, this ain't it. Although, keep having to remind myself, we don't care, because we're going to rip up this floor anyway. It's only these tiles on top that we actually really care about. So that does mean we are going to ignore the mechanism for this set, but that's okay. We've got enough Lego sets with little fling mechanisms. I think we'll be all right. Here, you guys want to see it once? Here we go. Here's a guy. Fling. I mean, that actually works pretty reasonably well. And this one, off he goes. Amazing. Great. We're going to be ripping that out. But it was nice while it lasted. Okay. I'm actually ready to turn the music up a little bit. I've become weak. I can't sit on my little stool as long anymore. Ouch. Oh yeah, that's not going to work, but take a little, there we go. Remembering to only loosely tap the big plates into place since we're going to be shifting them up. Another fling mechanism. I mean, it's cool that it's nice that they included a little something to make it different than just a standard display model, a static display model, but we just don't need it. It also means the floor looks kind of torn up in spots, which I don't recall Darth Vader attacking the floor at the beginning of A New Hope, but maybe I'm just misremembering. He is a pretty bad guy. Okay, now up here. All right, music lost me again. Whatever this one is, we're going to rip it out. That's better. I want to have that strolling down the city streets kind of vibe, you know? Got to be cool. Yep, that's it. Hip-hop almost. Lego designers love to hide pink pieces inside of sets. It's like an inside joke or something. That and frogs, which probably everybody's seen at this point. Okay, more of that. And that's it. There's the whole profile of the thing. It's not that big, but I just don't really think that... This is just a great example of a set where I don't need to make it dollhouse style, so I just don't really feel like doing so. 4, 8, 12, 16. Oh, are we going to have a sliding door mechanism? Are we going to challenge 1999 for supremacy? Because you're going to lose. You can't beat 99. Okay. We are going to have a sliding door mechanism. All right, that was bag 1. That was a fairly easy part since we're basically just going to ignore all of this. Bag 2 might be a little trickier. Let's get our stormtroopers up here. Haven't had to use any of the stickers yet, which at least is nice. Here, you guys can play together back there. All right, now this is where the fun begins. So right off the jump, I can see... So we're going to reorient this like so. So we really are going to need to use the tiles. Okay. All right. This is fine. You know what I need? I need a base plate to mock this up on. Yep. I'll be right back. Okay, now we start the transfer process. So this is a bent base plate from the garage set that we will attempt to double build eventually. I should probably replace this to begin with. As a reminder, we're going to maintain the front 3 studs here. Wait, does that mean our count is off too? Gosh darn it. $12.24. It does mean our count was off. Ah, that's tricky. I need to look at the front again. What's the back wall? The back wall is too wide, basically. Actually, it's fine. So 16, let's say we're only going to maintain the front 2 for this front, which I have a way to do that as well, so that's fine. So that leaves us with 14. We're going to need the first Actually, it kind of looks like this is fine. Kind of looks like this is fine. All right, I'm going to ignore it. So we're just going to go like that. Oh, this is going to be tricky. This is like simultaneously not that hard, but also kind of technically challenging in a way that's a little bit tricky to describe. Because we just have to keep constantly counting anything. So like up here, I can see this is 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So 2 of these are actually going to be starting over here, which is super annoying. Yeah. And then the other 4 are actually the back here. 1, 2. You kind of see what I'm doing here. 3, 4. So again, I call this technique just alternate floor plan. I think it kind of gets the job done. Let me go like this. 1, 2. Then we go again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Go 1, 2. And then that's actually correct. That should be a step down there, which it is. Here's where these floor plans get a little messy. So we're supposed to go ahead and do a 1x6 plate and tile and a 1x4 plate and tile. Probably the only way we're going to actually pull this off is if we pull out this center section entirely and go ahead and put these 2 in here. So again, this is going to look a little different than the Tantive's natural shape. That's okay. So we're sliding down 4 worth like this. And we'll go ahead and otherwise build as instructed, which you want to do as much as possible, or it starts to get really, really messy with just what pieces you have available. This is not a problem at all if you're working from a parts bin, because then I would just go, oh, I'll use a 1x4 and another 1x4 instead. But we're not working from a parts bin. We're working from a predetermined parts list, which complicates things a little bit. So this appears to go here. 5 in, yep. Then they want this like so. And another one of these is going to be in the back here. Yeah, this is fine. And it looks like we have some kind of frame back here on the other side, but it's separated by a width that's probably too wide for us to maintain. So I'm just gonna, so the other thing I do is I make part stashes. Put this switchblade away, box cutter away. I make little part stashes of things that I know are like valid parts to continue using. Yeah, this is 16 wide, so that's gonna be a problem for us. We're probably going to end up using this in the back here instead, which is okay. Actually, you know the other thing we can do? I have an idea. Going for symmetry. I don't hate this. It might get me into trouble later, but I don't hate it. Start with 2 down there, 2 over here. Yeah, let's play with this. I like the fact that we've left over a 4 and a 6. I feel like there's a possibility that that might work out for us. So now building backwards from the front, it basically wants us to go like this. 2 of these, which is going to take us to here. 1 of these, which would be here. Then we've got another 4 places down there. Yeah, you just have to be kind of meticulous. Oh, this actually works now. So there's our 4, and then we go back to the other side where we have 1 of these, followed by 1 of these, for now. This we can probably build as is. And it goes sideways, so it would go like this. Yep. Now here, they want this sideways, but I don't think we're going to choose to use it that way. So this would have been hanging out like that, but we don't want to make an extension onto the building. So we're just going to put this to the side, come back in here, connect this up. And you'll see these alternate floor plans, they tend to work out eventually. You just have a midpoint where you have a bunch of things that are not as intended. Okay, here we have another mechanism that we're going to ignore. I think it's going to be a sliding door, like we said. Okay, and then it wanted us to use this again. So we're actually going to skip this piece and just use both of these sideways, ignoring the mechanism, which is going to be just fine, and allows us to connect up this section here, like so. There we go. Like I said, it all starts to work out the deeper in you get. Trying to create some symmetry here. There we go. What else did it want us to use? So we got that piece. And then 2 of these. Wait, how did we wind up 1 over? Oh, because we don't like that. that's annoying. It's actually very annoying. That's okay. Again, we could be building this right onto the base of the set, but I want to be able to move around it as much as possible until sort of the last moment, so we are not doing it like that. There. Let me get this one to work with. Okay, so then next up is this. This is going to be so that was 1, 2. We just put 1, 2 down. We get another one of these guys. No, actually, next we get this, which means we have this guy free over here, which is great. And a single little piece. And another one of these. Just going to the extras pile that we can work with. So let's put this one here to make it mirror. And this one's ready to go. Now we get a 1x1, which we do not need yet. Then we get these. Alt floor plans get really, really challenging right in the middle, and then they get really easy at the end, or really fun right at the end. This is easy right here, so we go 1, 2. Come over here and go 3, 4. 5, 6. Time to put some stickers on. Everyone's absolute favorite activity. Luckily, these aren't particularly challenging stickers. I will say this playlist is almost giving like Tony Hawk Pro Skater or something, which is actually kind of the vibe. All right, now we connect it all a little bit. So you notice I'm starting to actually gather all the parts for a step, because if I don't, I start to get really confused really quickly. Okay, so we have this, like so. And then what it wants us to do is to use this, which, is that the amount of space we have? We have, it is exactly the amount of space we have. So a few things definitely working out pretty well here. With the adjustments that we've made. Oh, I used the wrong color, actually. That's kind of funny. And we have this 3 left over, which we're going to leave for now. Because again, we kind of know what we're mirroring, so it's not that hard. All right, so now we've got 2 of these. One of this. See how far back we can get. So this wants us to start all the way back here and finally connect up these 2 sections. But it's leaving us with a 5 wide gap. And I do see a 1x5 plate coming up, which is convenient. So we'll put that over there. Where did it want the rest of this? Wanted them at the far end of the build. So again, just putting that all over there because I can mirror this easily. But now I just need to focus on the front side, which is this side. And there's our 1x5, so we'll be able to put that to use. 2 of these guys. One of this, and another 1x3. So it wants us to start with a 4. It wants us to do this. And now, thankfully, now we can finally actually pick this build up. So I'm going to set those all the way back. This is the point we were trying to get to. So it wants us to go this. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, I see. That 1x4 must have gone. That's annoying. So this needs to be a 1x4 instead of a 2x4. So here we go. Back to the lab. So it wanted us to use a 1x4 white, which we just wasted, and then this, which we can do. That's actually going to look nice. And then a 1x5, and then this again, and then a 1x3. So we need a 1x4, which we can't use yet, and we don't have available. We do have a 3 and a 1. So here's our 1. Actually, what we can do is this. We're going to make a 1x4 with this 1 and this 3. Again, only using our current list of valid parts. Then we'll take this guy over here. Actually, I think we'll just take this end cap right here. Put it in like so. And then what's left is that spot for a 1x4 down there, which would be nice to lock in. But I don't know that I want to keep taking end caps off of these guys. Although we will have extra pieces, so let's go ahead and do it like this. There we go. It works. And again, all of this gets to go over to here, to our stockpile. Why did I think we needed a 1x5 a second ago? Didn't I just say we're waiting for a 1x5? I did. Suspicious. Okay, 2 more of these. A 1x2 and a 1x1. So let's go like so. Oh, I totally missed a step, didn't I? Yeah, that's why I needed the 1x5. And it was supposed to go before. All right, that's fine. I didn't miss a step, I just got kind of distracted because this is really challenging. Alt 4 plans. No falling apart now. So fragile. This one. This one. This one. Then 1, 2, 1. Like this. Yep. And then we go back down, and I need the same thing again. Yeah. Either a 1x4 or 1x5. We'll leave that for now and we'll see what pieces we keep getting. Okay, extending the mechanism. We do not care at the moment. Extending it further. Still does not make us care at the moment. And then we're going to do some stuff up top with more stickers. To kind of make that Tantive 4 interior type of look. Okay, and where are these supposed to go? They're supposed to go on top of these things. So here's 1, 2, easy enough. And over here, 3. Now they want us to go inward. One, 2, missing steps left and right here. 3. But I am starting to go, You know what I should be doing? I should be using bricks from down there. Otherwise, that's just going to be a messy ceiling up there, which is not actually the worst thing in the world, but where possible, I should be using it. In fact, I frankly should have started this straight from step number 2. But again, we needed time to plan and make sure everything was going to go more or less the way we wanted it to go, so that's fine. So let's go ahead and do that. Taking off all the tiles first, because we might need those on the ground. Get the jumpers, because we aren't maintaining the launch mechanism. Get the grills. Okay, so all of that is basically flooring. And all the rest of this is basically viable pieces that we can pull from, bricks that we can pull from. Now, we haven't had a need for bricks so far. We've had a need for tiles, but it's still, as we keep going, it's going to be important to remember that all of this is there and is available. Yeah. Are we making this more challenging than it needs to be? Yes, but otherwise we're going to have a building with 2 walls instead of, 4. And I prefer it to be at least 3 walls where possible. I'm looking over at the ice cream thing, very satisfied with how that turned out, but yeah. What are we doing here? This. Okay, now they want us to use this. And they don't want us to clear this in yet. Can use this one. So it's probably going to look like this. Yeah. We should close up this here. I don't have a 2x2 plate available yet, but I do have a 2x2 tiles from our, again, what we just disassembled. Let's check the bottom, actually. I know there were some interesting pieces back here. This might be a 2x3. 2x2. No, it is not a 2x2. It is a 2x big. And those are 1x2s, which could come in handy. Nope. Okay. So it's going to rest this tile here for right now, just in case we end up needing it to be there. And then it looks like we're going to do a little something here. All this has just been bagged too. So like I said, like this, it gets tricky. At some point it does get tricky. But then at some point it also gets easier. And again, this is probably a quarter or a fifth of the pieces that were in the office. So I was about to say How I Met Your Mother, but I think that also when it comes to the How I Met Your Mother, we're going to have to do an alternate floor plan also. We got the Friends Lego sets, and there are 2 How I Met Your Mother alt builds of those, which I'm very excited to use. Okay, so since we're doing an alt floor plan, we might need everything that we can get. So these couple of 4 extra pieces from the set here, I'm going to keep close at hand. All right, where does it want us to put these? Oh, sideways. Oh, my goodness. Like so. Right? Yeah. Nice viewport there. On that side. This is actually too far back, isn't it? Yeah, I feel like this should be farther in. 1, 2. like this. Yeah. Which means we are once again, you know, kind of a couple pieces shy there from some of the things that we wanted to do. But for now, we're going to let that be. No, we're not. We're going to do this. Yep. And I will take I'm running out of 1x1 studs. I don't want to use the extra pieces yet, so I'm going to leave it as is. And then the other one. So now I'm going to kind of want this to be able to close at the back too. So let's go ahead and use the parts that we have over on the side here so far and just make a makeshift version of what it's doing there. So we have 1, 2, 3. This is maybe a table. Then we have this. And we have this. And again, that gets us far enough for now that we're not going to worry about the details too much. Yeah, okay, that works. And the next thing we might want to do before we move on to bag 3 is flush out the side over here. But the reason I think I'm going to hold on that is simply that I know that we're going to do something up front here anyway, and I kind of want to wait and see what that something up front is going to be. I mean, I guess we could check the front again. We're on step 75. Yeah, it looks like we're going to completely close in the front, but it's only 2 studs deep. So let's back up a little bit. Step 75. Now, okay, I just got my second wind. Like, I kind of see where we're going here. Okay, so we're going to start mirror building this up to a certain point. So it would have us starting with just 2 bricks. Let's ignore that, and let's come over here, and we'll build it mirrored like this. So I'm going to build it mirrored backwards. So 1, 2, then we immediately skip. In fact, I think our start point for the mirror is right here, isn't it? Yeah. Something like this. Yep. And then we'll go over 1, 2. One, 2, 3, 4. Let's do it like this. See how far that gets us. And then we can have 1 right here. For now, that's okay. Yep. All right, so we're going to set that aside because we know we don't want to use those pieces quite yet. And we'll go back to the straight build with bag 3, shockingly. Okay, bag 3. It's a teeny tiny bag. We love to see it. We love to see it. Ah. This is Captain Antilles, I think. At least I assume it is. All right, what are we doing now? This is actually fairly well... The parts in this set are fairly well set up for what we're trying to do here. It's just objectively not super, super easy to do. But that's okay. We're here for a challenge. We're happy to put in a little bit of work. Okay. Let's be very strict with our part counts here to make sure we don't get off again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So what do you want us to do here? I'm going to start by using this here because it's got a greater need than where they're going to want me to put it. And then you want me to go downward like so. 1, 2. Then on the other side, 1, 2. That's great. These become extras. Oh, I need this. And I used that, so that's okay. Yeah, come down here. 1, 2. 1, 2. I feel like the part count was very heavily front-loaded to bag 1 and bag 2, which is kind of interesting. Make 2 of these thingies. And they go on top of these. Surprising that we're not making the third this time. But not bothered, because it's keeping it easy. Here's the third. So they want a 1x2 going back for whatever reason. That's fine by us for right now. And then we're going to go downward with these. Stick to what's easy. I actually think that we've passed the halfway point in terms, or that turning point I was talking about, where it starts to be not so challenging to figure out, which is nice. This one is actually supposed to be offset, but we are not going to do that. We're going to do it like this, which means we've earned another 1x2, which is useful. We have this, which is easy again. There we go. I think we're actually going to move this all the way to the back. Yep. So that these can go side by side, which I should have thought earlier, but it'll also make this build a lot more sturdy in the meantime. Yep. I guess right here I could actually use this 1x2 we got and save the precious 1x1 for now. Okay, great. All right, now we are making What are we making? I need to know if that's the front door or the back door. Hopefully it's the front door. Okay, oh, so we have a bunch of steps here, which we get to just make exactly as designed, which is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Okay. Actually, that's not quite true, but we'll see that in a second. Mostly as designed. I think we just need to add one stud. Or we can just not. This can just be 15 wide. Honestly, make my life a little easier. Okay. Another 1x4 on top. That goes backwards. Okay, sideways door. And does it tessellate? Let's find out. Yes. Oh, perfect. Perfect. Okay, so now we have a problem with these little panels over to the side. We can't have them sticking out like that. So we're going to take those out, regardless of what normally goes there in the set. And we're going to have to substitute. Which is, again, all things considered, that's going to be a fairly easy substitute. Actually, I suppose we could just do that. This might be our first chance to just go ahead and grab. How tall are all of these together? Let's find out. 1, 2, 3 and 2/3 bricks. And actually, let's also make sure that these corner bricks fold backwards instead of front. Because of the way that we're changing the floor plan. So there's that one. And then this one, easy enough. Great, so we change that and that, and then we just need to fill that in with 2 and 2/3. Which actually, it'd be a lot easier to just do 3 bricks. So we'll take out this 1x1. Take out this L plate. Oh, what did I do? So we're going to go 1, 2, 3 from our sort of part stock there. It's a little bit unsightly, but whatever. Three and 3/3, not 2 and 2/3. 3 and 2/3. So get a fourth tan pillar brick from our stockpile. Do this, and voila. No harm done, really. Actually, I'm kind of tempted. We'll see. We'll see what pieces are left over. Okay, so that went like this. Now we're not sticking over the edge. We're not exceeding our limits. Perfect. Perfect. And then they want us to do something like this. And this, finally, I can build as intended once again. This looks like they were going to leave 3, so I'll leave 4. And they were going to leave 4, so I'll leave 4. And that is connected. Look at that, guys. 2 walls. Again, it's a little bit janky right now because of the... Oh, I have to take this out too. So now I'm going to need 1 and 1/3, which is fairly straightforward. Just need a single brick. There's one. We got these blue bricks. Come back here. We're almost at the point where we can stop using this this fake base here. They also wanted us to do this and this, which is fine. And then our last couple of pieces, we'll see where they want to use them. Six. 1. 6. Where did this go? Where did we use a 1x6 dark bluish gray plate? That's a good question. Not in this step, apparently. Oh, it was back there. That's why. It's in the stockpile. Okay. This is an extra piece, and this is an extra 1x2 tile that's going to have a sticker on it. There we go. Kind of iconic. Here's this 1x1 I still need. That's fine. We're actually doing pretty good here in changing this floor plan. Looks like bag 4 is really light too, so we'll keep going. Are we getting Darth Vader now? Oh, where is Darth Vader? This is a tiny bag. Ba-dum-bum-bum. I love this song, even if I'm not sure it goes in our little city playlist here. Okay, these for a mechanism that we're ignoring. Mechanism. And now we are making, okay, another thing that we can make basically as is, which is wonderful. And then it's basically cleanup. Oh, I keep changing which foot I'm sitting on. Yeah, I've kind of shifted my policy lately where now when there's like an exclusive minifigure like this Fives minifigure, I generally wouldn't buy the set just to get that figure. I would just buy the figure. So I recently did that with the young Leia Organa figure. Actually, did I? Did I buy young Leia? I know I bought the little droid, Lola. I think I probably bought the young Leia also. And now we're done with our stickers. This is good. That's progress. Did they scoot this backwards? That doesn't make any sense. Well, let's see. So then I would still have 3 left over? No, we're going to fix that. And we're also going to unscoot this backwards. Okay. Which is a pretty easy fix. There we go. So that fixes our problem. That fixes one of our problems. Over here, let's do this. I can set that on a grill later if I need to. Actually, let's take out this whole thing. Okay, so we need a brick. That's it. We just need 1 brick for now. Actually, I don't really even care if this is pushed forward at all. Well, I care a little. So this needs to be a 2x2. Here's my great, faithful, reliable gray pieces again. And that takes us up to the top. Okay. So put it back together. Like so. That's fine. And then we can go back to mirror building the back, actually. Which is very nice. But not until we finish this step, I think. Let's see how much more they want us to build upward. Here, gaining a 1x2, which is potentially useful. 1x6. Yeah, we're making the crowning of that door, which is fine. 2 of these, we know where they go. Here's one. Here's another. Two more of these. Go like that. Probably won't use that one that way. And then these, they want us to finish up the sides, but we're not adding another layer, we're just finishing up. So we're going to ignore those for now. A 1x3 is useful, and 3 1x1s are useful. So, and then what have we got? 2 tiles like so. Okay, we'll use those. So one's going to go right here. One's going to go right here. Okay, so that takes us through bag 5. So let's pause and catch up. So I'm going to totally rotate the orientation of this thing now. First of all, I want a 2x2 plate here. That's easy enough. Yep, that's fine. Next, I have this stray L plate that I would like to make better use of. Or if I had a 1x4 plate, I could use it there. But I don't see one, and the next plate up is solid, so I'm just going to grab a grill from over here. Actually, I can grab a jumper. Well, I'll grab a grill. I have a reason for that. Put this door back together, minus the random L plate now. And put this whole thing back. This is fine. Here we have this random, very, very random 1x4 that almost looks like a table or something. We don't like that. So let's get that out and let's put in a simple 1x1 instead. That'll do for now. Yeah, now it's looking like we're building an actual room here. So now we've got 3 back there. So let's make sure that this is 4 in before we start this panel. And then we have another panel that we can build up fresh over here, or at least that we could have if we didn't have this tan stuff in the way. So let's use this tan stuff properly. So this is coming off again. It looks like I'm just undoing everything we've done, but like I said, we've kind of reached the turning point where I kind of know what the set is doing now, so I can actually really modify the floor plan a lot easier. So Is this an L brick? It is. And I think I would like a 1x2 instead. I don't think I have a 1x2 readily available. So we might go with the tan again. Or actually, let's mirror this over on the other side. No, that won't quite work. So 1x3 and then tan. And now we're set up to sort of receive this mirrored section back here. And we're going to build it fresh. So, like I said, when we build it fresh, we're going to build it in reverse. So we're going to go here. This is already looking pretty nice right there, right there. All of these pieces I know that I can make use of if I want to. So we have all of that. Let's put this underneath the panels the way they're supposed to be, like so. 2 supporting tans back there. And then we'll put 2 here, like this. I think I have more. Yep, I do have more. So now I need a 1x3 brick would be fine, and I have this gray one over there. So that just made this section solid, which is fine. I could use 2 1x4 bricks if the set includes them. So here's one, and I think I see another back there. So now we really start cannibalizing this section back here for whatever I need. There's 2 1x4 grays. Fill that in very nicely. This is very sturdy. Now I need to go up a brick. So 1x2. Actually, is it time for this? Yes, which is actually kind of tricky because now instead of a 1x3 here, I'm going to want an L brick. Here's one. And a 1x2. 1x2 white would be nice. We're out of them. Actually, this framework brick will work very well, even though it's just one of it. So we go back to where we were. So we had black here, and then we have this paneling. Very symmetrical. Okay. So now we want to keep building up, but the next thing I need to check is to make sure that I'm not off over here. So we'll flip this, but actually, I need this whole contraption that was right here. Yeah, I think that's correct. All right, so we flip her back around, and we work on the back here. I mean, this is, honestly, this is a mess. Not a mess as in like, oh, I'm doing poor work, but just like this particular floor plan adjustment. I mean, what measurements are we going from? We're going from like 28 by 12 to 13 by 16. Like, it's a complete rewrite. It's a complete rewrite. Like, there's no way around it. Okay, so we now have this, and we have this. Here. Yep. So this can't be a 1x3. This needs to be a 1x2, which I have. That's good. That goes up like that. This is now going to be an L, and then I think I have a 1x3 plate. Yep. That finishes that off nicely. We come back over here. Looks like we need another. Yep, that much. And now we can connect this with a 1x3. Beautiful. And then we can go very long. So this is where it gets nice. Here. Here. So now we have this 3x4 section that we basically just want to fill in. 3x5, 3x4. So the first thing I'm looking at is if I have any 1x6 bricks that I need to waste. Here's one. So we'll take out this gray here. Now I could use a 1x4 brick. Did we use them all? Nope, there's another one. I like the idea of doing it like this. So we go here, take a 1x3. Now we need a 2x3, which I'm almost certain. Oh, we do have a 2x3. There we go. Now we need a 2x3 and a 2x2, which is going to start being a little precarious. How much is this? 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12. So let's see if I have a 1x12. That might be this back here. This is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. So this is going to be useful in a moment, but we have 2 more layers to get through first. Do I have a 2x4? No. I feel like I hear somebody in the background going, "Go fish," you know? So you put 2 of these together and you get something resembling a (2x4). I'm okay with that. But I don't want to do it a second layer in a row. So now what have we got? It would be great to have another 2x3, which I can make with 2 L bricks. So here's one. Here's a second one. Now if I had a third one and a 1x1, there's another 1x1. A little messy, but it's all right. The Tantive 4 has been around for a while. Now we use our 1x12. Bingo. The front cam would be useful here, wouldn't it? Okay. Now we're almost all connected, but we're not quite all connected yet. So now we need an L brick and a 1x2. We got 1x2s, but we might be out of L bricks now. But we have a workaround. So let's put this up front, the black. We could also use a 1x2 and a 1x3, so let's do that. 1x2, 1x3, bingo. Look at this, guys. We are filling in this building. Now we need tiles again. So first things first, what's the longest tile we have? We've got this 1x10, which would be very nice to use up. We've also got 1x8s. And then we got this 1x3. So we could use this with an L tile, L plate rather. But I don't see an L plate, so I might want to stay away from that. But I'm going to have the same problem if I use a 1x8 instead of a 1x10. So let's go ahead and put this in. Fully connecting this wall back up. Put this back in. Put this back in. And this doesn't have to be it can be this. Beautiful. Can we see this reasonably well? Yeah. I mean, this is mostly it, guys. I mean, the hard parts are definitely over. Now it's a lot of filling in, with preferably as unrandom of colors as permissible, although that's kind of a pipe dream at this point. Okay, so now we need a 1x4, which we've got, 2x4, which we've got, 2x3, which we've got, and then I think this is bricks again. Let's test it with this 1x4. Yep. Now, we don't have a 4x4 brick. Actually starting to run a little bit low on the bricks in general. Let's come back over to the other side. We want to make sure this can connect up. So we have something like this. And then we're still shy, what, a plate? Which I think is pretty straightforward, especially if this geometry is what I think it is. Looks like that's an extra 1 stud high. So we learned that we would need to be up by 1 more here. Let's try it like this. And then by up another 1. Or we could have used these. Which we might. Just lost this piece, so I'll take the one from the extras. Take this off. Now we'll start using these guys. So I know I need this up here. And then I need to fill in this section as well. Do you feel it, Mr. Krabs? 1x2? I think we're out of 1x2s. Nope, here's some. And again, we got a little vigorous here. We haven't actually opened bag 5 yet, but I'm feeling okay. There we go. So that's going to be good. I want to connect this up as well with a tile, I think. We have a 1x8 tile, which is going to get us pretty far down. Yeah, it's got to be a 1x8, which means this, once again, has got to be a 1x1. And that's going to get that more or less connected up. So now we just need to finish over on this side. So we need a 1x8 plate. We've got that. Place this down, place this down. 1x4 plate. I think we're out. Keep desecrating the core build here, see if anything reveals itself to us. Looking pretty dry. Yep, no more 1x4 plates. But we can use 2 grills. And then another 1x8. And then we just need to fill in this section over here. 3x3 and, or 2x3 and 2x4. So here we can use these side bricks with the grills in front of them, because we need to use those at some point. And that way at least we get 2 down. Actually, we might get 3 of them down, because we're going to have a hard time using that anywhere else. So there's 3 of them. Now I need another 1x4, which we have, and a 1x2, which we have this piece left over, and that basically caps us off. So now, tile here. No, that's still too early. 2x2 white plates, 2x2 any plates. Here's 2x2 black. Here we can use something bigger. Let's see what we've got. Actually, we can even use, this is 2, 4, 6, 8. If we had a 2x10, we could use that here. There's a 2x10. Boom. Tile here. I'd like to keep these white, so tile here, tile here, tile here, tile here. This we're gonna end up making some kind of like roof or almost like middle build here to tie this all together, but we're basically through. So now we finally connected all 4 walls. which is excellent. Tile. Tile connecting there. Another 2x2 would be great, but we're out. We're actually out of most of our plates, but I think actually this right here will do it. So we go there, we go there. We're also out of grills, which is very funny. There's a 1x2 and a 1x3, which we actually want both of those. So that's great. Buys us an extra 1x2. So that ties that off. Let's tile it. Tile. Tile. We have jumpers that we could use. I'll put those jumpers down for now. We may end up changing that, which is okay. Pretty much just missing a 1x4 plate here. We've got 1x5, and we've got these. So we're going to go ahead and use these just to knock it out. And that is going to make our core build contiguous and something that resembles stable in or sturdy in another universe. Using this to make some kind of roof or something, not going to be a massive challenge for us once we've got the core out of the way. But first, let's go ahead and open bag 5 and see sort of where we're at here. Got some clone visors and stuff. There we go. Big panel. Fabric cape for Lord Vader. All right, part 5. Here's another of our 25th anniversary stands. So now we got 3 of those over to the side here. Here's the Darth. That's an extra piece. We got to give him his cape. And his laser sword. And a random clear cylinder. I guess this is like the codes, maybe? Or maybe he just needs a soft drink. Hard to say. Now we'll build, and we'll set Vader aside, because we've got special plans for him. And then we build 5s. Who has a nice pauldron. Cloth pauldron. And a new clone head. It shows his number 5. All right, let's build this little side build here. There we go. That seems about right. Give him his helmet. And his blasters. And put him over here with Tan Wei. Well, I'll let you guys look at him for a bit first. All right, now, what are we building here? Is this like... Oh, okay. It's like Darth Vader carving through the door, which is actually a mildly cool little mechanism. It's not a sliding door per se. It's a little different. All right. So this is going to go pretty quick, so we're going to finish up the bag here, and then we'll determine what to do about those sort of remaining bits. So let's just build this as is, first of all, and then we'll decide what we're doing with it. Yeah, this is a they really tried to include quite a lot of play features in this for what I would pretty robustly consider to be an adult display set. But like, kudos to them, I guess. Also, that's an instruction error. There's only there's an instruction error in how many 1 by 2/3 white bricks are here. But that's okay. They were focused on making the mechanisms, so they kind of lost sight of the plot. This trans dark black color looks kind of new to me. I wonder if it's different than what I'm used to. It's almost more bluish. I'd have to run that color up against some others that I'm more used to. All right, so this is our door. The first question is, if we even try to slide this in, does it work? The answer is yes. So I guess we will be building the street in front of this thing as a slightly differently than intended. Yeah, so this is Vader slicing through the door. That's kind of neat. Yeah, we can preserve this mechanism. It's going to make the build underneath a little bit more annoying, but it's not too bad. And then this needs to go over one more, doesn't it? Yeah. Which is nice, because slightly off-centered things actually work pretty well. We will not be using, probably, this in the ways that they intended, and that's all right. Okay, another mechanism. Huzzah! And it looks like this is just for using the door or not using the door. Great, let's take it home. Yeah, I'm telling you, these transparent black, I think this is a new version of that color for me. We're building the side panels that go, okay, that's nice. I've been waiting to do this. This one goes here. Still works. Now we're about to have a problem. I should have anticipated this, but I think we can adjust. Yeah, I think we can adjust. Four, 5, 6, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then I should be able to put this on now without much of a problem. Yeah. And I can go over here and fix this up too with the other now newly available. Actually, I no longer need this warped. I need to replace these. I'll never be able to build that garage set with them warped like that. That's just something I need to accept. Okay. Put these up here. Now what? 4 little structures like this, making a very flat roof shape, almost as if they were waiting for me to add another roof layer on top. Love to see it. Go. And 4 more of these where? Oh, on the side panel. Okay, so we could put one right there. One right there. And I guess we could do this. Doesn't really need to be on the side panel. I'd rather have them up here. That's it, I think. This is all extra. These would be extra. This would be extra. These would be extra. These would be extra, and I guess these are set parts. Holy cow, guys. Look, it's more or less, it's a 14 by 16 profile. Oh, you know what? I got a slight problem there. That's better. Okay. So, I think that's about as far as I'm going to be able to go today. I need to eat some dinner. But I think you can kind of see the basic idea. So we had this one layer building here. We had a set with a very unusual floor plan, and we did an alternate floor plan to ensure that this can be the ground floor. This can sort of be the second floor, and it already looks pretty fine there. And then I'm going to, in between them, I think I'm probably going to add, basically I'm just going to smush all these pieces together and make some kind of roof. Which honestly is not going to be that challenging. Like, this is really not a particularly hard thing to do. Oh, I might want this plate still. But I am spent. I have used all the brain power that I had available to give this project today. So let me just finger these on in here. 1, 2, 3. Come on. That works barely. Yeah, so it'll be pretty easy. I'm just going to make a new street base to put this on. And then I'm going to make a full second floor. And then we'll just put some parts in between them as sort of like an intermediate floor, which is fine. Going to be at a slightly different height than the other one, but I'm okay with a little bit of height variation in the floors. So, whew, guys, I'm going to call that a successful alternate floor plan. It probably would only take me about 30 minutes or so to finish this up, but I don't think I have it in me. We're going to say that was a great stream, and we'll catch you guys next Sunday. If we haven't finished this up by then, we'll take 30 minutes to knock this out, and then we'll move into sort of the next thing I was talking about, which is a little bit of residential work. So, thanks, everybody. It was good to have you today.